All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome inside North Hill Bowl for the 48th annual 10-game marathon. Just getting our final people signed up, and then they'll be underway here today. A little late start. Again, like always, if you can hear me, if you can see everything, let me know how it looks. Let me know how it sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. Once again, I'm Darren Senior with NDBowling.com. Hope everyone had a great holiday season. Happy New Year. Looks like we have a almost full house here at North Hill Bowl. They're going to be using 30 lanes, and I do believe there's upwards of 90 bowlers signed up or so. We're going to be trying a few new things here today. We got a new camera, so we're going to try 4 lanes with the scores. We do have a camera on both of the scoring monitors, so you won't have to try to squint to see those. Hopefully we can get a good view of the scores, and you can see everyone's scores as they come across our featured pair. From what I understand, they are going to do a left, left, right, right, but they are not going to skip a pair. So there will be a few bowlers throughout the house today that we will not see, but we will get to see a majority of the field bowling here today. The field will be bowling 10 games on the Kegel Dead Man's Curve pattern, which I believe is a 3.8 to 1 roughly ratio oil pattern, so it will be playable.
So you know there's 108 people here, so that's
108 entries according to Jeff, so fantastic turnout, although that will mean there's going to be quite a few people on each lane. It will be a long day here at North Hill Bowl, but after 10 games, the high pin total will win.
For the shootout we currently have, that's a strange number. We have 108 people right now signed up for the shootout. So if any of you that are signed up want to pay today, get it on the way, that'd be great. And then the weekend after that's the K-Fire in Bismarck. If any of you are interested in signing up for the K-Fire, Ryan is down on lane like 12. I'm sure you'd probably be happy to take your money if you want to sign up. So how this is going to work today is left's going to move left, right's going to move right. You're going to bowl one game on the pair that you're on. So for example, if you're on 31, 32, 31 is going to go to 29. Lane 32 is going to go to lane 2. Okay? You bowl one game on the pair that you're on, and then left moves left, and right moves right. He's got like 4 more names he needs to put in the computer.
Okay, Jeff's just going through some announcements.
Sheet that we handed out in the order that they're on the screen. Okay?
They're using 32 lanes here at North Hill Bowl. 108 entries for the 10-game marathon today. Jeff did mention that they have 108 currently signed up for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout happening right here at North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks. If you are interested in bowling that tournament and are not signed up, please call North Hill Bowl and get your name on the list. NDBowlTV will be there on Sunday, and we will be broadcasting the finals for sure. And there's always that possibility where we will be broadcasting a little bit of match play as well, so stay tuned for that. Again, we're about to get started here. Just Jeff said they had about 4 names to enter in, a little late arrivals to get put into the system. Hopefully the scoring works out to where the scores move with everyone and you can kind of see how everyone's doing once they get to our featured pair. North Hill Bowl did get new scoring over the last summer, so they have the new Brunswick scoring system. We'll see how everything looks. I have to calibrate some cameras once the scores get on the screen, but everything should be good. Hopefully everything runs smoothly. We're going to try out a few new things here today on NDBowlTV, so I do ask you to be patient. Well, let's see if some things work here. Comment from Mary says everything looks good. Do appreciate that. Good to see that our comment bubble works. And again, if you have any questions throughout the day, please let me know. It's our first show of 2024. We will be live, as we said earlier, at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout in 3 weeks here at North Hill Bowl. And then our flagship event, the NDBowling.com Classic, will be happening the first weekend in March at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. I do believe the folks at Sunset may have a list started for that, but if not, they will probably get that started here fairly soon. And I do remember last year we were sold out for that event, so if you'd like to bowl the NDBowling.com Classic, make sure you get your name on the list. And by the looks of it here, with 108 people showing up here for the 10-game marathon, it looks to be a pretty good tournament season. A lot of bowlers coming out here to bowl today. It's good to see. Again, they're bowling on the dead man's curve pattern. So approximately 3.8 to 1 ratio oil pattern. So not extremely difficult, but also not as easy as a house shot. This is a handicap tournament, so you will probably see on the scores, you'll see a little bit extra pins for some players. And I do believe the scoring system includes the handicap in with the totals on the right. So something to keep in mind. That's at least what they do for league. We'll see how everything looks once they get going. We should be underway here with warm-ups here in a minute or so. See quite a few youth bowlers in attendance today, so it's good to see all the youth players out here giving it a go. Looks like we will get most of the local Minot contingent here on our featured pairs to start. I know Mike Green's bowling. He's won this tournament a time or two.
All right, just for the
All right, so our warm-ups will be underway here Sure, it'll get a little loud here in a second, but we'll adjust our microphone. Again, it's a Kegel's Dead Man's Curve pattern. Players will be bowling on today, 10 games. This will be a right moves right and a left moves left. So again, we will not see everyone in the field today since they are using 32 lanes, so 16 pairs. And you only move to the pair to the left or to the pair to the right. There is no skipping procedure at the moment, so there'll be a few people in the house that we do not see, but we should be able to catch most of the field on our featured pairs today. Just looking around, it looks like we have a good contingent of scratch bowlers on our featured pairs. It looks like Chris Charles, Brad Peterson, Tracy Tofflet, Austin Bergson, Brian Gehring, Jesse Sickler, Wade Scott, Mike Green, Mark Woznicki, Chris Cool. Again, this is going to be our first go around with trying to feature two different pairs. We do have cameras on both of the scores, and we'll get those up on the screen momentarily, so you won't have to squint to see them. Hopefully everything comes through clear. Let us know how it looks, how it sounds. Derek, tuning in from New Jersey. Do appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. So it looks like we're going to have 7 players to a pair all day today. Looks like every pair that I can see within view of our booth. 7 players on every pair. And we're going to go 10 games today. So it's going to be a long day. So grab a beverage, cup of coffee if you haven't already. Sit back, relax, and watch some bowling today. Yeah, Dick, we do wish you could join out here too. It's a fun local tournament that a lot of people bowl. It's become a favorite tournament for a lot of the locals. There's a pretty big contingent here from Williston. See a lot of players from the Bismarck area. few players from out east as well. A couple Canadians drove down to bowl here today. So some people from everywhere. I always like this tournament as a good bit of practice to bowl in the tournament setting before all of our big events happen here coming up. Next weekend, we kick off the NDBowling.com Major Championship season up in Winnipeg at the Manitoba Open. That will start on Friday at Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg. They have 3 qualifying shifts starting at 6:30 on Friday. They have another qualifying shift on Saturday at 9 a.m. and then another one at 2 o'clock on Saturday. And depending on entries, they'll take the top so many players into Sunday's match play round. And the finals there will be live streamed. I do not know the exact channel that it'll be on at the moment, but NDBowlTV will not be there. But we will provide updates on the NDBowling.com Facebook page, so please hit the like button over there to stay up to date on all things tournaments going on the next few months as we hit the big portion of our tournament season. Yeah, there are a lot of exciting events coming up. If you want to find an event that is good for you, go to NDBowling.com and click on the upcoming events page. We do have quite a few events from now through mid-March all across our region. And I know all the big tournaments are taking sign-ups as we speak, so feel free to call North Hill Bowl for the Morris. If you want to go up to Winnipeg, call Chateau Lanes and sign up for their tournament there. I know the KFYR Budweiser Bowling Classic is going on at Midway Lanes the first weekend in February. Finals of that tournament are live on the local KMOT stations. KMOT, KFYR, local NBC stations, that is. A nice tournament going on down in Aberdeen, middle of February. And then our flagship event, the season's final major, the NDBowling.com Classic, happening at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead the first weekend in March. Again, we're in warm-ups here today. 10-game marathon. The format's pretty simple. Bowl 10 games and the high pin total will win. This is a handicap event. I do believe the handicap is 90% or 80% at 210, one of the two. There is no cap on how many pins you can get. So you will see a wide variety of bowlers. We've got some youth bowlers in attendance, a lot of scratch bowlers in attendance, and then there are quite a few local league bowlers that I recognize from our leagues here at North Hill Bowl. And once the scores do come up on the screen, I'll take a minute to kind of calibrate our cameras into how everything looks, and then we'll be able to put those on the screen a little closer for you so you won't have to squint to see the monitors. Jeff just made the announcement. There are 5 minutes left in practice, so they'll be starting here momentarily. And the good thing about this event is it's pretty much a laid-back event for a lot of players, as the folks here at North Hill Bowl did say that if you wanted to bowl with certain people, you could sign up around the same time. So a lot of the players here today got to sign up with some of the people that they wanted to bowl with. Kind of makes it a fun tournament to be able to bowl with your friends. Most of the tournaments we bowl are a random draw for lanes, where today they just allowed everyone to sign up in a certain order if they wanted to bowl with their friends, and then just started down on lane 1 all the way down to lane 32. Again, we're using 32 of the 40 lanes here at North Hill Bowl, 108 entries today. A pretty phenomenal turnout, if you ask me. And we will be underway scoring here shortly. As players get their first look at the Kegel Dead Man's Curve pattern. That's what we're bowling on today. We'll have to see how well this pattern holds up throughout the day with 108 players, 7 players on every pair. From what I can see, there may be a few down on the high end of the house that only have 6. But for the most part, 7 players a pair. I do know that North Hill Bowl does have a league tonight at about 6:30. I do not know if they're going to be able to start on time, to be honest with you, with bowling 10 games and starting here at 11:30. It might be pretty close. Yeah, before we get started, I do want to remind everyone that we do have a new merch shop here at NDBowling.com. We are currently running a New Year's sale. Save 24% on all items in the shop through today. Today is the last day of that sale. So head on over to the NDBowling.com merch shop. If you go to NDBowling.com, click on the merch tab. A lot of great products over there. And again, our next show will be the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, being held right here at North Hill Bowl in Minot on Sunday, January 28th. The start time is approximately 1:30 for the finals, but I will say I am bowling, and if I do not make the cut, there's a good chance we will provide bonus coverage on Sunday of match play on Sunday morning, so we could be starting a little earlier. I would suggest going to our Facebook page and hitting the like button, as that is where I will be posting most of the start times for NDBowlTV for the rest of the year. So stay tuned for a lot of great bowling coming up. Again, I'd like to thank the folks at Storm. They are the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And we are about to get underway here with game 1 of the 10-game marathon at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Again, the pattern's not extremely difficult, but it's not extremely easy either. I think we'll see some pretty decent scores. The transition will definitely catch a few players, but I think with the variety of players and styles that are bowling here today, the pattern will blend out pretty nicely. And give me a minute here. We're going to work on getting our scores kind of the way I want them. And then we'll get those on the screen. So give me 1 second. Again, the color on these scoring monitors are not exactly stream friendly, so we're going to see if we can get everything in view here. Alright, so everyone let me know, can you see the scores? Can you read the scores? How does everything look? Any feedback would be appreciated. Well, appreciate all the kind words in the chat. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday. Hopefully a healthy Sunday as the holidays just went through. A lot of people have come down with things as usual, but hope everyone has a safe and prosperous 2024. I'm not sure if the scores here at Northville Bowl will change color after each game. That may affect how well we can see the scores. But again, if you can't see the scores, let us know. If you're just joining our broadcast, we have a new camera, so we are trying to provide 4 lanes instead of just the standard 2 that we have done for the last 10 years or so. Well, see, it's still a little small. Yeah, I'm not sure how we can position things to be a little better, but we will work on trying to move things around. And I appreciate everyone who has shared our stream. If you could be so kind as to hit the thumbs up button on your YouTube player. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. That helps us out quite a bit here at NDBowlTV. Question in the chat, is there anything similar to Lane Talk to see live scores available? As far as I know, I do not think so. They have a system here at North Hill Bowl. I'm trying to think of what it's called. It's called Open Lane. I want to see if perhaps they have the scores on there. I don't know if you'll be able to see the scores live, though. No, I don't think so. Without being able to QR code into each particular pair, I don't think you're able to see live scoring. Chris Massey says, how many people are bowling? There are currently 108 players here. Believe it or not, 108 entries are bowling here today, so they're using 32 lanes. And 6 on most pairs, 7 on, there's 7 to a pair for about half the lanes in use, and then down towards the high end, I believe, is 6. So it'll be a pretty long day. Again, at the end of the day, whoever has the highest pin total, this is a handicap tournament. Trying to see if you look at the scores, for instance, Alex, the bottom bowler on the left scoring monitor, has a, looks like a 40 above his score there. So the totals on the far right of the scoring monitors are inclusive of handicap. So Alex has a 17 up in the second, has 40 pins of handicap, and then a strike. So that would give him 67 at the moment. So as you're looking at our scoring monitors, the far right score includes handicap. Mike Guthrie says, why are you not bowling, Darren? Well, I chose to try a few things here on NDBowlTV. We have another camera. We're doing some new things on the show, and I wanted to kind of use today to test out a lot of our equipment. I am physically able to bowl, but just chose to sit out today. I will be bowling next weekend in Manitoba. I'm currently signed up for the 6:30 shift on Friday night at Chateau Lanes. Pretty excited to make my return to Winnipeg, as I haven't bowled there since, I believe, January of 2020. Chris Massey said he's coming up here for the CMA. That'll be good to see you. Hope all is well. Jeff did mention that 108 players are signed up for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout at the moment, so if you do plan on bowling that event and are not signed up, I would give Jeff or Rory a call here at North Hill Bowl to get on the list. Always one of the premier events here in North Dakota, as we get players from all over the country. A lot of players from Canada as well. Again, the pattern today is Kegel's Dead Man's Curve, a 3.8 to 1 ratio pattern. Not extremely difficult, but not as easy as a house shot either. Early on, see some decent scores being posted already. Our featured pair, Brad Peterson, front 4. And again, if you have any questions throughout the day, just feel free to hop in the chat room, let us know. I'll answer them the best I can. For those of you bowling the Morris in 3 weeks, I did get word that the pattern will be the same pattern they used last year. Rory did mention to me that they tend to use the same pattern for a 3-year stint, and then they change the pattern up. I'm not sure if this year is the third year or the second year of the pattern, but nonetheless, it is the same pattern that they used at last year's shootout, which was won by Brady Stearns. Question in the chat, do you know how many youth ended up signing up? I do not know. I see quite a few youth bowlers just in view from the booth here, but I do not know the final count. looks like the last week of NFL is about to be underway. I suppose there were a couple games yesterday, but final week is about to be decided. The playoffs will be starting next week. What's everyone's team? Are you guys safe in the playoffs? Or do you need some help? Who's everyone cheering for today? Dave in the chat room says, are there any bowlers from La Crosse, Wisconsin? I do not know at the moment. I do not think so. We will see the La Crosse boys for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here in 3 weeks, I do believe. But I don't think there are any in the building at the moment. I could be wrong. I do not know where a good majority of these bowlers are from, aside from the locals. So we are midway through game 1 of 10. High pin total at the end of the day will win the tournament. Again, this is a handicap event. Seems as though our new camera setup and everything is working just fine. Do appreciate all the feedback out there. Would like to send out a big thanks to Big Country Ryan Krabanoff, who once again made a very generous donation to NDBowling.com this season, which has allowed us to purchase some new equipment and to expand the NDBowlTV experience for all of you. So a big thank you to Ryan and everything he does for bowling in North Dakota. We do appreciate it. NDBowlTV is currently at 2,087 subscribers. Let's see if we can get up to 2,100 by the end of the day. We just need 13 more. So if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button. We do greatly appreciate that. Appreciate everyone tuning in early this Sunday morning, I guess late this Sunday morning. Game 1 of 10. Again, see some pretty decent scores early, but some pretty rough scores as well. If you're just joining us, our broadcast, if you look on the screens, on the far right of everyone's score is their total score, and that total score includes handicap. On the left pair here, only Alex Mock on the bottom left has handicap on that pair. He has 40 sticks, and that is included in that 167 total. If you look on the right pair, lane 14, all three players there have handicap. So if you want to know their scores with handicap, just look at the far right. Let's take a quick look at NDBowling.com to look at the poster for this event. I do believe Jeff and Rory and them have brackets, side pots, other options available to the players today. So there are multiple ways to make money here at the 10-game marathon. But taking a quick look at the poster, it looks like the handicap is 80% of 210 and there's no limit. So bowlers of all skill levels are welcome here today, as they will get adequate handicap to kind of level the playing field. Again, as we mentioned earlier in our show, there are several youth bowlers here today as they are competing for scholarship money. I don't know if you heard that, but good buddy Matt Smalling came by the booth and says he wants to bowl on this for the house shot here at North Hill Bowl, and I would agree. This is a fun pattern to bowl on. You were joining us in the chat. Let us know, what do you plan on bowling the next couple months? Any fun tournaments in your area? I want to know about it. A lot of fun tournaments coming up here. If you go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. Quite a few tournaments between now and mid-March. That'll feature some of the best players in the High Plains. James Martinez, thank you for tuning in. Hope all is well in Colorado, my friend. Chris Massey plans on bowling the Morris, the KFYR, maybe Aberdeen, and the NDBowling.com Classic. Sounds like a full slate of bowling coming up for you. As we near the end of Game 1 here at the 10-game marathon in Minot. The beauty of the scoring system here at North Hill Bowl is at the bottom of each screen, which you can kind of see the the parts of each screen. They have the statistics of each player, the speed, that kind of thing. But it also shows a standing sheet. So as people finish their games, you can see who is leading at the moment. As long as the scoring works well with the moves and everything, we will always be able to know who is, I guess, in the top 5, top 10. So out of all the games finished, I think the name that was currently at the top there was Clayton Reed. It doesn't tell me the score, it just says they're leading and everyone behind them how much they are behind them. I'll be curious to know if those scores are inclusive of handicap. I believe the fine folks here at North Hill Bowl will provide us with standing sheets as the day goes on, so if you need to know how your favorite bowler is doing, just let us know. We will try to track down scores of anyone you are interested in. Again, if you haven't already, please share our stream with everyone you know on social media. That is greatly appreciated. 108 bowlers in attendance today across 32 lanes here at North Hill Bowl. And Wade Scott finishing out with a 204 in game 1. Austin Bernson a 157. Not quite the finish Mike Green was hoping for there with the gutter 8 and the 10th, but that is something that definitely can happen on this pattern. But the best part about this tournament is it's 10 games, so you got a lot of time to get settled in, to figure the lanes out. Last tournament we live streamed, we had a problem with one of our score cameras freezing up on us, so if that does happen, please let me know in the chat room. Again, we're working with a little bit of a new setup here today. We're trying to test out some new things here on NDBowlTV before we embark on the bigger tournaments the rest of the way. A 210 from Brandon Howard. It looks like he gets a little bit of handicap as well, so a pretty good start for him. 244 with his handicap. A few people struggling on 11 and 12. Brad Peterson has a potential to put a 250 up on the board. And again, out of all the players that have already finished, it looks like Clayton Reed has the highest score in the house. I do not know what that score is, but so far that is the leader in the clubhouse. Well, looks like Nathaniel Firm with a 204, 224 with his handicap. Brad Peterson finishes out with a 238. $181 for Alex Mock with his handicap, a 221. So hopefully the scores that we see at the bottom of the monitors, I don't know if they're visible to you guys at all, but I wonder if I can put those on the screen for you guys. Give me 1 second here. So if we did this, I would like to include the bottom of the monitors so that you guys can see them and potentially see what I'm talking about here with the scoring. All right, let's extend these down. So after they start the next game, you'll see a bunch of information on the bottom, and there is a rolling score sheet, but it doesn't show the exact scores. It just shows who is leading and then how many pins behind everyone else is as it lists them. So the information kind of cycles down there at the bottom of the monitors. You can see the players who are arriving to each pair. So we'll get a new group of players. Again, the move is right, right, and left, left. You're moving to the exact same pair to the, or the immediate pair to the right, immediate pair to the left. So again, we will see a majority of the players today, but there will be a section of players kind of on each side of our cameras here that we will not see throughout the day. But nonetheless, underway with game number 2. Looks like the scores are moving over with everyone at the moment, which is nice. You can kind of see how everyone's bowling based on their totals. So now here, if you look at 11 and 12, the total above Wade's name, the 204, is his running total. There you can see the score sheet, and it shows Clayton Reed is the first name in white there. That means he has the best score in the house out of everyone who has finished. And according to the scoring monitors, it looks like Matt Smallin in second, but 30 pins behind. So I would guess that Clayton had a game north of 270. Again, that's unconfirmed. But if the scoring monitors are doing what they were intended to do, that would be the case. I do not see Brad Peterson on that list. Let's see when it comes up again. He had a 238, so he should be in decent shape after one. Shout out to Stu and the folks here at North Hill Bowl for running the event. Stu is kind of the guy that walks around, helps out if there's some deadwood clears like we have here on 13. Shout out to Jeff Craig, Rory Selk, and everyone who is involved behind the scenes here at North Hill Bowl. They've got a busy month coming up with the Morris tournament happening the last weekend in January. A lot of fun tournaments coming up. Looks like a slight problem here on lane 11. Mark threw a split there, but it gave him a miss on the scores, and doesn't look like the lane's resetting either. So I'm not sure what they're going to do there. But again, we have 108 bowlers in attendance across 32 lanes here at North Hill Bowl. They still have 8 lanes down on the high end of the house for open bowlers. Perhaps they have a few parties here today, but for the most part, we have 7 bowlers per pair, with a few of the pairs across the house having 6. So great turnout. We got 9 more games to go. We are in game 2 of 10. At the end of our tournament, the high pin total will win. Hopefully we can determine who that is fairly quickly and get a word with them. And then maybe periodically throughout the day we can talk to a few bowlers to see kind of what they see, kind of what they're doing. Again, I hope everyone can see the scores clearly, can read the scores clearly, as we are running a new setup here today with an added camera. Chris Massey, I do appreciate the feedback. Everything looks good. Appreciate that. Looks like Wade Scott's dialed in here on lane 11. We're on 11 and 12. Spare six-bagger going. And if you're just joining us, all the totals on the monitor, the big numbers on the far right do include handicap. The smaller numbers above those scores are their running totals from the previous game. So we can kind of keep track of how everyone's doing as they come to our featured pairs. Kind of funny, there's a big play there by the Detroit Lions. You can sure hear the NFL fans in the bar, which is behind the wall from where we are standing at the moment. So it must have been a big play for in that NFL game. It's always a fun spot here at the Lucky Strike Lounge inside North Hill Bowl for all the NFL fans out there. Midway through game number 2, looks like Wade Scott's got a pretty good game going here. He's up now in the 8th on lane 11. Gonna cross over here, some pretty good scores on lane 14. Wade Scott with the swisher there for 7 in a row. Again, we're bowling on the dead man's curve pattern, a 3.8 to 1 ratio. Fairly playable pattern, but not extremely easy by any means. Be interesting to see how this pattern breaks down throughout the day with a variety of styles out bowling this tournament today. shot there for Mike Green. Still has 2:48 left, 2:49 left. Wade Scott going to be up in the 10th, having 260 left on the board. So a few good scores. Looks like Brad Peterson on lane 14 has another good game going, so he's definitely liking this pattern. I would imagine we will get a scoring update following game number 2 from the staff here at North Hill Bowl. Another good shot by Brad Peterson. Brad is the proprietor of Strike Zone in Williston, so shout out to him for all the great tournaments he's able to put on and all the money he's able to raise for those events. Such a fine facility out there in Williston. If you're in that area, go check it out. And if you're just joining us, I'm Darren Senior with NDBowling.com, flying solo here in the booth. We are in game number 2 of 10. 108 entries bowling today on the Dead Man's Curve pattern. At the end of the event, the high pin total will win. According to the poster, they're paying out 1 for 5 today, so with 108, I would imagine they're paying out anywhere from 20 to 25 spots. As we mentioned earlier, there are also high game pots, brackets, a scratch side option available as well, so a few options for these bowlers to make money here today. Good shot there by Justin Singer. Unfortunate to wrap the 10, lane 13. It's our first time running a 3-camera setup, and so far it looks like everything is running well, so we will continue with this sort of setup going forward the rest of the season, as far as being able to show you 2 matches during match play. And then when we make our annual trip to Alexandria for the Midwest Youth Championships in August, we'll be able to show more of all the great youth players in that event. And again, it's a big shout out to Ryan Krabenoft, everyone knows around here is country, who was kind enough to make a generous donation to the High Plains Bowling Network once again this season. I can't tell you how much we do appreciate him and what he has done for us and being able to add to our setup. So big thank you to Ryan. That's a 252 there for Wade Scott. It's one of those scoregami interesting scores that you don't see very often. Virtue of that 5 count on the last ball. How's everyone doing out there on this Sunday afternoon? Hope you all had a great holiday season. I did notice the chat got a little quiet once the NFL game started. I know everyone's watching the final week of football games, see if their teams make it into the playoffs, or perhaps get a high draft pick, whichever end of the spectrum you're on. Good to see Ron Fettig out here bowling. Past champion of the KFYR TV Bowling Classic back in the 90s. Hall of Famer here in North Dakota. Looks like most of the games down on the high end of the house are about finished up here in game 2. Looking to the pair to the left, I see a 245 from Austin Bernston after the 157 start, so a good bounce back for him. Peyton Beater with a 227. She also gets a few sticks of handicap, so a 245 there for her. She will be moving over to our featured pair here game 3. Brad Peterson staying clean on lane 14. Still has 240 left, 230 left, 239. Good to see that the scores are doing what they are supposed to, so they'll be moving along with all of the bowlers as the tournament progresses. You'll be able to see everyone's cumulative score as they go throughout the tournament. You can see up there Wade Scott's 252 brings him to 456 after 2. Mike Green 249 has a, I believe that says 430 after 2. I would be curious to know if the running total does include handicap or not. I do not know the answer to that one. Again, we will be getting a score sheet, I could imagine, here following game 2. Yeah, I appreciate everyone tuning in. Thank you for sharing the stream on social media. That is greatly appreciated. If you haven't done so already, please hit the thumbs up button, as that helps our discoverability within YouTube. Also, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. As we started the day at 2,085 subscribers, and we are trying to get to 2,100. We are currently at 2,088, so we only have 12 more to go. Be so kind as to hit that subscribe button, that would be greatly appreciated. Bowlers are currently finishing up their second game here at the 10-game marathon at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Brian Gehring finishing out at 230, which will get him back to plus for the tournament. 233 gets him to plus 5 after 2. You can see in between games we have quite a bit of player movement, and with 108 players here in the field today, there are a lot of people moving around, a lot of equipment back here in the concourse, but I am thankful to be kind of tucked away in one of the cubby holes here at North Hill Bowl. If you've been to the bowling center, this is kind of a perfect place to do a live stream from. I believe back when I was a kid, this is where all the arcade games were. They do now have a nice brand new shiny arcade down behind lane 40. So if you come out here to Northville Bowl and want to let the kids play a few games, go down to lane 40. Nice bar, restaurant, and golf simulator here on site as well. Last couple bowlers now wrapping up game number 2. You can see the new players there on the top left of lane 12 who will be arriving on our featured pair. The bowlers arriving on lane 11 are currently the ones bowling on lane 13. Again, the right lane will move to the right, left lane will move to the left. Oh, good shot there by Justin Singer. Still has 226 left, which will get him back to plus territory. Brad Peterson, 238 game 1, has a potential 228 here on the spare, but he missed it. Still has 217 on the board, so not all is lost there. Puts him at 55 over for the tournament and in pretty good position. With that shot there, that'll put Justin Singer in the 2 teens. Yeah, while players are moving around, we'd like to remind everyone that you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, bringing you live coverage of the 48th annual 10-game marathon here at Northville Bowl in Minot. Our next show will be right back here at Northville Bowl in 3 weeks for the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Brady Stearns is the defending champion of that event. I'd like to let everyone know that we also have a sale running at our merch shop. Just go to NDBowling.com, click on the merch tab, and you can save 24% through today, celebrating 2024. Also a big shout out to the folks at Storm. They are the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. So thank you to them. And we are going to move on in to game number 3 of 10. And we are underway. Kurt Jensen, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everyone taking the time out of their day to watch a little bit of bowling today. Again, we have a couple really good shows coming up. We have the Morris Anderson show coming up in 3 weeks, as we just mentioned, and then first weekend in March, our flagship event, the NDBowling.com Classic down at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. The season's final major, where the winner will take home the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. And And at that time, we will likely be able to name our NDBowling.com Player of the Year. I believe Jamie Craig is currently leading the Player of the Year race. If you want to know the complete standings for rankings, just go to NDBowling.com, click on the Rankings tab. We have a running total for rankings throughout the year, and then if you scroll down, there's a top 10 for the current season. And at the end of the season, at the end of the NDBowling.com Classic, the high point earner will be named NDBowling.com Player of the Year. All right, let's see. We got Peyton Beater, Tara Erickson, and Andrew Reisler coming into our featured pair on lane 12. Moving in on the right side, moving left, we've got Kirby Robb, Jared Welk, Todd Anderson, and Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson, I believe, has the high average in the house for the league bowlers here at North Hill Bowl. Looks like he's struggling a little bit here today on the dead man's curve pattern, but nonetheless, good to see him out here bowling today. Well, looks like a common problem having here on lane 11, so likely alert the folks here at North Hill Bowl, as it's the second time that has happened on that lane. Just doesn't quite reset the pins and get rid of the deadwood, so all right, I do have a sheet, a game one sheet on for scores here. Leading the way at game one, which actually I can't read you these scores because they're not sorted out. But I can tell you Clayton Reed had 279 game one, and it does look like that's the high game in the house. So it seems like it sorted some names, but it didn't sort others. Perhaps handicap totals are involved here, because it says Andrew Reisler's in second place after game one, had 235 scratch, and he got 13 pins. So I guess that would make sense. Tyler Renner was in third, Gerald Borho in fourth, Brandon Howard and Matt Smallin tied for fifth, Taylor Wallstrom in seventh, Brad Peterson, Jamie Craig tied for eighth, and Jackson Selk in 10th. Those were the top 10 through game one. Totals are a little funky here as they have the scratch totals in there with the handicap kind of separate, so I'm sure we will have an update after game two. All right, scoring update after game number 2. Let's see. Clayton Reed leading with a 5-17. Now all these scores we're going to read off do have handicap included. In second, Taylor Wallstrom with a 5-12. In third, Andrew Reisler with a 490. In fourth, Alyssa Niebauer with a 461. In fifth, Jackson Selk with a 459. Sixth is Dawson Unrath with a 457. In seventh, Wade Scott, 456. In eighth, Brad Peterson, 455. In ninth, Gerald Borho with a 454. In 10th, on our featured pair, Peyton Beater with a 453. 11th, Tyler Renner, 447. In 12th, Darren Weiler, 446. Jared Welk tied with Darren at 446 in 12th. Matt Smallin at 443 in 14th. And top 15 rounds out Troy Bauman with a 439. Again, there's 108 players here, so if you want to know how a particular player is doing, please head on into our chat room and let us know who you are looking for. Comment in the chat room says it's too cold here for you. 46 where you are. It is 15 in Minot right now. Yeah, that seems cold, but to be honest with you, compared to what they're talking about next weekend, 15 kind of feels warm. Next weekend, the brutal cold air will come into the area just in time for the Manitoba Open, where it is always cold. It's like Mother Nature knows it's Manitoba Open weekend, and we are going to make it so cold that your car might not start. So what a better thing to do than to head on over to Chateau Lanes next weekend and bowl the Manitoba Open, right? And that's where I will be. I will be participating in the Manitoba Open next weekend. I'm bowling on the 6:30 shift on Friday. Look forward to making a return to Chateau Lanes. Melody Savage and the entire staff up there do such a great job with that tournament. I do have a question as to what place is Max Beater in. Max Beater is currently in 63rd place at, I believe, 363. So not that far out of the top 20, which I believe they're going to pay anywhere from 20 to 25 players here today. I do not have an official payout sheet, but once we get that, I'll let you know how many people are getting paid. Yeah, we do have scores following game number 2, so if you would like to know where your favorite bowler is, please just send us a message. Head on into the chat room, and we will let you know where they are in the standings. We are midway through game number 3 of 10. At the end of the event, the high pin total will win. And hopefully we'll be able to visit with our winner at the end of the day if we are able to figure out who that is in a rather quick time frame following the final ball being thrown. I do believe if you go to North Hill Bowl or the North Hill Bowl Pro Shop Facebook page, they will have pictures posted of the standings to give you a little better idea of those. Oh, Randy Christopher in the chat room says, so interesting to see all the different bowling styles, and that is true. This is a handicap event, so there are many different talent levels and styles that are out here today, 108 bowlers. This is a favorite tournament for many people in the state, in the immediate area here. It's only a $100 entry. And then with added money, I believe it's from Miller Lite on this one. There's, I think, $1,000 added, so a decent prize fund. They do include brackets, side pots, and singles option, scratch option. Right, not a singles option. The whole thing is a singles thing. A scratch option, that is. So many ways to make money here at the 10-game marathon, and there are some youth bowlers out here. A lot of veteran bowlers as well. Good to see everyone coming out to North Hill Bowl today to bowl. And thank you to everyone tuning in. And big thank you to those who have made purchases in our merch shop. We appreciate that. A portion of all sales do go to support NDBowling.com and NDBowlTV. Just looking around at our featured pairs here, looks like Ron Fettig is having a good bounce back game. Jared Welk, 164 in the 8th. Good game going. He was towards the top of our leaderboard after 2. Justin Sanger moving right along on lane 11. Like I always say, that's the best part about bowling, is anyone can do it. And tournaments like these are a good tournament to kind of get your feet wet, to come on out here and see kind of how good you are on not necessarily a sport pattern, but something that's not as easy as a house shot. I think if you're a bowler that's looking to get into tournament bowling, a tournament like this is a good place to start. It allows you to bowl on something a little more difficult, but at the same time you can score and see how you stack up against some of the better bowlers in the region. Another fun tournament to bowl for those of you just starting out is the Hemi Bowl here at North Hill Bowl. That's happening, I believe, in March. I think we have that poster posted on our upcoming events page, but that is a unique format, fun tournament to bowl, one of my favorites. And of course you have all the traditional scratch tournaments that are coming up. The 4 NDBowling.com major championships, as well as a really fun tournament down in Aberdeen in mid-February. So I encourage everyone to go to NDBowling.com, click on that upcoming events page. There's a tournament out there for everyone. And our updated subscriber total is to 2,091. Our goal today is to get to 2,100 subscribers. So if you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. We would greatly appreciate that. Hit the thumbs up button while you're at it. Every little bit does help us. And if you're tuning into our show today, head on into the chat room. Let us know who you are cheering for in the tournament today. Quite a few bowlers out here. Both young and old. A few ladies bowling today as well. As 13 and 14 wrapping up game number 3. Jason with a 199, Kirby Robb with the 137. Jared Welk 190 is 214 with his handicap. Jason had 215 with his handicap, so a couple of good games there with their handicap included. And Derek Jackson's still struggling. Good news for him is he's got 7 games left to kind of get back out. The benefit of the 10-game marathon. A lot of the tournaments we bowl are 6-game sprints, where this one kind of has a little more wiggle room to allow for a bad game or two in there and still make up for it. Just looking around, I see a Peyton Sumner's 269 over on lane 8. Taylor Wallstrom 220. Jamie Craig 215. We will see that trio of players in a couple games here on our featured pair. Looking over to the right, I see a Jesse Sickler 233, a Robert Curry 232. It looks like Brad Peterson is chugging right along again. He's going to have a 225. So that'll get Brad to 80 over. So some pretty good scores going on out there. It looks like here on lane 11, Justin Singer has a 5-bagger going into the 10th frame. Peyton Beater kind of happy to get a strike there after the last few frames. She's doing quite well at 417 after 2, and looking at the standings, when you see the perhaps Peyton score there, it says 417 on the monitor. That is her scratch score, so that score does not include handicap. So only the scratch scores are coming with each player as they move pairs. But on our standing sheet, we are going to read off scores with handicap included. Well, looks like the players coming in from our right. Alice Lobb, Rob Curry, Lance Gehring, and Keith Miller. And then coming in from the other side, looks like Jacob Van Fersen, Stephen Culver, and Derek Geske. Do apologize if I butcher some names. Can't get them all right. Be curious to hear what some of the bowlers are seeing out there and how this pattern is breaking down. Let's see if Justin Sanger can finish out a 240 here in lane 12. Oh, a little unlucky there with the 7. Good spare, and Singer will be in the 220s. That'll get him north of 30 over for the tournament, so in pretty good shape. Looks like Andrew Reisler, even though he had the 169 there, he's still going to be 20 over for the tournament, so still in good shape. Again, we're in a rotation of the left lane always moves to the pair to the left, and the right lane moves to the pair to the right. So we will see everyone that comes to our featured pair, we will see bowl 2 games. And while we have a minute, while players are moving around, quick reminder that we'll be back here at North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks on Sunday, January 28th for the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. One of the strongest fields we will see all season long. So be sure to tune into that one. Hit that subscribe button so you will know when we go live. I know there's not a time listed here. We normally go live approximately 1 to 1:30 sometime when match play gets over. But there is every possibility that we will have bonus coverage of match play starting much earlier that day. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and you will be notified when we go live on Sunday, January 28th at the shootout. We are now heading into game number 4. According to the scoring monitors, Clayton Reed is still our leader with Taylor Wallstrom in second. To wait till the scores cycle back around just to kind of get an unofficial top 5 anyways. Looking down the house, there's still a couple monitors down on the high end that are red, so they are in game 3 just finishing up. Looks like Clayton Reed, Taylor Wallstrom, Matt Smallin are top 3 through 3 games. Question in the chat room. Not bowling this. I am not bowling this tournament. I am healthy. Everything is good with the arm. We had surgery on the arm last February, and so far, so good. I've been bowling quite a few tournaments this year already. I just decided that with our new setup here with a third camera, I wanted to try a few things for the show to get squared away before some of our bigger shows later this month. Figured to take it easy on the arm since today is 10 games. Thought it'd be the smart thing to do. I will be participating in the Manitoba Open next Friday. I'll be up at Chateau Lanes bowling in their opening shift on Friday evening, and if I have to re-enter, I will definitely do that on Saturday. But a great tournament up there. But to answer your question, yes, everything is well. I am good, thankfully. Last year was a pretty tough year for me, not being able to bowl any of these tournaments, not being able to get out there and compete. And I think the most frustrating part about all of it was I had to see about 5 different doctors because they all told me nothing was wrong after multiple MRIs and this and that. They told me nothing was wrong with my arm. But every single time I tried to throw a ball at the point of release, it seemed like someone took a hammer to the part of the elbow right above the funny bone, so to speak, more up to where your triceps connects to the elbow there. That's about where it hurts, and I couldn't figure it out. But after bowling a game or two, I was pretty much done. And so I didn't bowl much of anything last year. And finally, I may or may not have gotten a little aggressive with the doctors, and they said, fine, we'll go in there and see what's going on. And after the surgery, he said, yeah, there was definitely some things in there that the imaging didn't see. So I encourage everyone out there, if you have health issues or problems, to definitely stand up for yourself in the doctor's office, because sometimes they don't see everything, and I am thankful to be back out there and doing what I love to do. Shout out to some of my NDBowling.com teammates, Lance Gehring and Robert Curry here bowling, sporting some NDBowling.com gear. As well as Justin Singer bowling today, as we saw him on the last couple games. Well, I hope you're able to get back on the lanes as well. I do appreciate you tuning in, and thanks for keeping me company in the chat room. But yeah, it's not fun when you're in a position that you bowl as much as that we do, and like to compete and, you know, spend time with a lot of the friends that you don't see that often aside from bowling tournaments. Good afternoon to you too. I believe that is a Mike Harris sighting, perhaps. Bowl 800s. Hope you are well. Shout out to, if it is Mike, shout out to IDK Bar and Grill out in Jamestown. Make sure you stop there if you're passing through. And I do appreciate the kind words there in the chat room. Appreciate that. Try to live stream as much as we can. And if you're a proprietor out there and you would like to have us live stream your event, please send us a message on the Facebook page, shoot me an email. I do believe I have my email listed on ndbowling.com somewhere. But the easiest way to get a hold of me is to message the ndbowling.com Facebook page, and we can send out a free quote for any tournament out there. As you could probably imagine, the ones that are closer to Minot, my home base, are a lot cheaper to produce. The further away it may cost a little more, but I like to think our rates are well within reasonable. Again, we are in game number 4. If you're just joining us, we are trying out a new 3-camera system here. 1 camera for the bowlers, and then we are able to get the scores for 2 pairs on the screen. And those upgrades to NDBowlTV are in big thanks to Ryan Krabanoff, who everyone knows around here as Country. This Country made a very generous donation to the High Plains Bowling Network, and we can't thank him enough for that and allowing us to upgrade the viewer experience here at NDBowlTV. We always have people asking how they can support ndbowling.com, and while donations are not expected, they are definitely appreciated. We have a donation button live on our homepage of ndbowling.com. If you're on mobile, you have to scroll all the way down and you will see it there. If you're on desktop, it'll be on the right-hand side of your page. We have a merch shop where you can buy ndbowling.com and NDBowlTV merchandise. A portion of each sale goes to support the High Plains Bowling Network. On YouTube, there are super chats and donations available there. You can join as a channel member for $2.99 a month. That is $2.99 a month. So there are several ways if you want to support NDBowling.com, and we do appreciate all of them. And the non-monetary ways to support us, just hit that subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button. That does go a long way for us. And I look forward to many more streams in the future. Yeah, Mike says they're getting synthetics in Jamestown. That'll be nice to see. Hopefully there will be a few tournaments in the Jamestown area in the future. Will be nice to see the upgrades happening there. And Mike, I hope to see you around at a tournament, even if you're just out watching. Speaking of watching tournaments, there's a bowler here I thought would be bowling, Ryan Selk. He is not participating. From what I understand, he has a slight injury to his bowling hand, and that is keeping him out today. Perhaps he doesn't want to make anything worse with all the big tournaments coming up. I did see him down bowling on lane 40, just trying things out before the tournament started today. He must not have felt that it was good to go, but hopefully things are okay with him. Looks like we have a little breakdown here on 11 and 12. Not quite sure what. Perhaps a ball stuck back there. Yeah, looks like there's a bunch of equipment stuck back by lane 11. So we're just waiting on that. Oh, looks like Jeff is walking around with a Game 3 scoring update. Let's see if we can... No, not a scoring update. A payout sheet. Let's see if we can snag a payout sheet from Jeff Craig. And he's walking down towards the lane, so he might not come back here. Be nice to see how many they are paying today, and I do believe he puts the high game pot payouts on there as well, so that'll be good to know. Top 5, Clayton Reed, Taylor Wallstrom, Matt Smallin, Brad Peterson, and Lucas Herzrud, according to the monitors. That is not official, but according to the scoring monitors, those are our top 5. I think those are the top 5 in scratch, I would guess. Because the monitors aren't including handicaps, so our top 5 scratch scores are listed there, is what I'm guessing. Question in the chat room, is the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout coming up? And will I be bowling or streaming or both? Yes, it is coming up. It is the final weekend in January here at North Hill Bowl. I will be bowling and I will be streaming. How, you may ask? Well, I'm going to bowl qualifying. If I make the cut, I will obviously come back Sunday and bowl day 2, and then we will live stream the stepladder finals. If I make the stepladder finals, we will stream the stepladder finals, and somebody else will sit in here and talk. If I don't make the cut, there is a good chance that I will come here early and set up on Sunday, and we will do bonus coverage of match play throughout the morning, and then do the stepladder finals to cap off the weekend. So that is how I normally do tournaments that I want to bowl and stream. It gets a little tricky at times, and sometimes it means early mornings to get here and set things up, because if I do make the cut, I have to come here before everyone else and set everything up, and then it sits there while I bowl match play. And then when I'm done bowling, I go into the booth, get everything fired up, and away we go. You can see Rory Selk there, one of the main guys here at North Hill Bowl. Pro shop operator as well. Big shout out to him, as he's been drilling all my stuff for many years. And now with our partnership with Storm, I have quite a few products in there for him to drill. Always does a great job. He did mention that there will be a Storm matchmaker, kind of like a demo day, happening the Thursday before the shootout here at North Hill Bowl. That is weather permitting, if our Storm rep Matt Gaston can get here. If he is able to make the trip, we will have a Storm matchmaker event on Thursday evening before the shootout. So if you want to try out all the new Storm equipment, come on up here for that. I know Storm, Rotogrip, and 900 Global have announced some new products lately. I just got the Summit Peak drilled. Plan on getting the Absolute Power as well. And then they just announced the Attention Star under the Rotogrip line, the Harsh Reality under the Global line, and then the Pearl Exponent. So some great products out there, and big shout out to the folks at Storm for once again being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Thank you, Jeff. We have a payout sheet. So the winner of the 10-game marathon is going to take home a whopping $1,200. And they are paying out 22 spots. So 22nd place will get $120, which is $20 over your entry fee. For the scratch option, they paid out 6 spots, with the top spot getting $300. And then the high game pots, I don't know if the high game pots are scratch or handicap inclusive. That one I don't know. I'd have to look at the sheet. But the high game pots pay out $65 for first and $45 for second each game. So very beneficial if you're able to pop off a big score, even if you're not quite in it in the standings. But a $1,200 top prize, $800 for second, $550 for third, $450 for fourth, and $350 for fifth. So pretty good prize fund there for a $100 entry fee tournament. I'd say that's very reasonable. If you want a bigger payout, come bowl the shootout, where top prize is $4,000. For the longest time, if you made the show at the shootout, you went home with at least $1,000. I don't know if the payout is quite the same these days, but it's pretty close. James Martinez says, get the Sublime. It's a beast. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing as well. That one currently doesn't quite fit in a slot in my bag, but maybe down the road I might look to get that one. Another benefit we are adding this season, thanks to our partnership with Storm, is at all 3 majors that happen stateside. So we're talking the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the KFYR-TV Bowling Classic, and the NDBowling.com Classic. NDBowling.com is going to give away a Storm ball of choice to one lucky entrant that did not cash. We are going to select a random non-casher at all 3 of those tournaments, and that player will get a Storm Ball of choice. We will be doing those giveaways following the announcement of the top 30 players, or whoever makes the cut, that kind of thing, at each of those tournaments. And then we will be doing a random draw to give away a Storm Ball of choice to a random non-casher. You must be present to win. So for instance, at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, they normally have a dinner where they hand out bracket money and everything here at North Hill Bowl after qualifying. They will then announce the top 30. And immediately following that announcement of the top 30, we will do a random draw for a place. And whoever finishes in that place will get a Storm Ball of choice. So a little added incentive to sign up for one or all of these 3 great events. Because even if you don't make the cut and cash, there's still a chance to win a Storm Ball of choice. So a big thank you to the folks at Storm. And I will also be running quite a few giveaways on our Facebook page, so be sure to like the NDBowling.com Facebook page as we do a good deal of giveaways there as well. Question in the chat, is the pattern for this posted anywhere? It is posted on the North Hill Bowl Facebook page, but I do believe the pattern is the Kegel Dead Man's Curve pattern, so you can simply look that pattern up. It's available in multiple places online, I believe, but it is a 3.8 to 1 ratio pattern. Not overly difficult, but also not as easy as a house shot. I know in the past they've used this tournament as a test for a CMA, or a Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout pattern. That is not the case this year. This pattern is not what is being used at the shootout. I did get confirmation from Rory that the pattern at the shootout this year will be the same as the pattern they used last year. If anyone is interested, he said they go in kind of 3-year blocks with their pattern. They get a new pattern for the shootout every 3 years. I'm not sure if this year is the 2nd or the 3rd year in the rotation, but nonetheless, the pattern is the same as it was last year. So far, it looks like our 3 camera setup here is working quite well. Our score cameras are doing what they need to. Everyone can see the scores that they need to. Looking at our scores here, it looks like a couple good games bowled by Robert Curry and Lance Gehring so far. Big thank you to everyone who is making purchases in the NDBowling.com shop. I do appreciate that. I did have one question about one of the shirts on our little advertisement here. Yes, that shirt on the right says House Shot Hero. And the lore behind that. Do you have a bowler in your life who's only good on the house shot, but they tend to struggle when they bowl on harder shots? They may be a house shot hero, and that's where the lore comes from on that one. It's one of the better selling items in our shop, is the House Shot Hero series. Keep an eye on the shop, as we will have more designs in our shop as as the season goes on. Looks like we might get a word with Matt Smallin here in a second, as he is waiting to move over to his next pair, which is going to be 15 and 16. So he'll be crossing our featured pairs here, games 5 and 6, or 6 and 7, I mean. So for the scratch bowler crowd, it looks like we have a good mix of scratch bowlers coming on to our featured pairs here soon. We're going to welcome into the booth. Matt, can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Nice. How are things going so far?
Pretty good. It's playing. We started in the middle of the house, 23 or so. It's playing easier than we thought. I thought there would be significantly less room to miss to the right, but pair to pair, it's been at least 2 to 3 more than I expected.
So what are you throwing?
IQ Tour Fusion.
Wow, very nice. Haven't seen that ball since you won the K-Fire with it, back in
Yeah, I figured
19, something like that?
the year it came out was one of the years where I used to be good, so I might as well try something.
So what are you currently sitting at?
Plus 127.
Plus 127, and according to the standing sheet, scratch-wise, you're second with those who have finished anyways. I mean, there's a lot of scores not in yet, but you're sitting pretty good on the Game 2 sheet. You were top 3, right? Where were you?
I'm throwing it well enough to where I'm trying not to look at that thing, so thanks a lot, man. I really...
That was after Game 2, so a lot has changed since then, right?
Yep.
What's the strategy going forward? I know you got a lot of games left.
We're moving left, so we're moving into, I had a 227 on 17 and 18, which I feel super great about.
Really good on that pair, yeah.
Yep. I mean, obviously, it's a Kegel pattern, so we started, further left than what we would normally if you were bowling league or whatever. I never played them straight today at all.
Okay, yep.
So, which I'm sure you would probably have recommended to me anyway.
Correct.
Based on our history.
Honestly, just basically looking at the pattern, it's interesting to me how you can see from 10 on one side to 10 on the other is where the puddle is. And outside of that, there's significantly less oil, even in the fronts.
Yeah.
And the ball just wants to set up way too early, and hence the name, the Dead Man's Curve. So do appreciate your time. Thanks for stopping and talking to us. I know you're moving on to game number 5, but good luck the rest of the way.
Yep. Take care, buddy.
Thanks, Matt. Matt Smallin, everybody. Do appreciate him stepping in here for a few minutes. As he is moving over to 15 and 16, so we will see him games 6 and 7. He is bowling with Jackson Selk and Mike Larson. On our featured pairs, 236 by Robert Curry gets him to plus 17, so plus territory for him. Lance Gearing 208, Peyton Beater 148, Tara Erickson to 169 and 214 with handicap. Andrew Reisler another 206 with his handicap, so he'll be in good shape. He was towards the top of our standings. Derek Jackson looks like he's got a good bounce back game going here. He's got a little bit of a hill to climb after going 439 his first 3, but anything is possible here. He's got several games left. Good game going by Steven Culver. Unfortunate open there in the 8th, but still a pretty good game going. And again, there have been a few lane issues here on 11 and 12, so they're a little bit behind the rest of the house. As the bowlers on 13 and 14 just finished up their 4th game. Game 5 coming up. We got started scoring at approximately 11:30 this morning. And we're through 4 games here by a little after 2. So it's going to be right around that 6, 7 o'clock range by the time we get done here today, I think. moving at a pretty good pace, even with 7 players per pair. Looking way over to the left, Wade Scott 210. Looks like Mike Green can strike out to be in the 220s. Immediate pair to the left, Peyton Sumner's 213. Jamie Craig struck there on lane 10. That'll get him into the 230s. Taylor Wallstrom has 194 with an open in the 9th, so he can strike out for 224. Taylor was, I believe, in second. Another decent game going on for Justin Singer. Good shot there for Steven on our featured pair. If you are interested in this event, it usually happens shortly after New Year's. Either the weekend right after New Year's, and this year New Year's Day was on a weekend, so it held the following weekend. Well, the last few years this tournament has continued to grow from about 80 to 90 bowlers. Now we're up to 100 and just shy of 110. Very good turnout, if you ask me. And that is a Matt Smallin sour apple on lane 15, in case you were wondering. Yeah, it's definitely within our camera view, so perhaps the curse of the booth. And Matt went and got a very light bowling ball to try to to try to pick that up. Haven't seen that in a while. Nice 233 game for Steven Culver, 253 with his handicap. That'll be a good score for him in the standings. All right, so wrapped up there. Nice game by Derek Jackson, 237. And again, while everyone's moving around, quick reminder that the 21st Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout is coming right up 3 weeks from today. Qualifying will start Saturday, the 27th. Where we will have updates on our Facebook page as to who makes the cut at that one. And then we will go live on Sunday, either in the morning for match play, followed by the stepladder finals, or for just the stepladder finals. But if you tune into our Facebook page, you will see updates on that. Again, you're watching continuing coverage of the 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot on NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Big shout out to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And be sure to check out our merchandise shop. So we are running a New Year's sale. Save 24% on all orders through today. We will have a few more sales later on this month. I know we were doing a sale for the shootout at the end of the month. Just go to ndbowling.com and click on the merch tab. Again, going into game number 5. Just about halfway through today. Appreciate everyone who has tuned in so far and kept me company in the chat room. I do appreciate it. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. Click the thumbs up button as well. All of that helps us out quite a bit. Taking a look at it, we are currently at 2,094 subscribers, so we're 6 away from 2,100. Do y'all think we can get there today? We need 6 more. All right, coming on to our featured pair here from the left, Peyton Sumner, Jamie Craig, and Taylor Wallstrom. And arriving from the right, Jacob Van Fersen. No, that's the other team. Chris McFarland, Jason Van Fersen, and Jesse Rivers. Coming in here, 13 to 14. We've now reached the section of the house where we only have 3 bowlers. So on 13 and 14, we have 6 on those pairs, and I think the next few games we'll only have 6. But Sean Coots, thank you for tuning in. I will be seeing you on Friday as I will be heading to Manitoba to bowl at Chateau Lanes. I'm excited to head back up to one of the coldest cities in the world, it seems like. But always a great experience there. If any of you are interested in the Manitoba Open, please head on over to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and there is a link to all the information as it pertains to that event. It is the first major for the NDBowling.com Major Championships. Austin Ducharme is the defending champion of that event. First look at Taylor Wahlstrom, who has had a great season so far. We saw him earlier this season win the title at the NDBowlTV Masters on that pair. He then followed that up with a win at team event with Team ND Storm. So a great season for him. Actually a great season for the Wahlstroms in general, as Blake Wahlstrom was part of the duo that won the doubles tournament down in Dickinson with Thomas Wolfe. We will be seeing Blake on our next game. So he is currently on 9 and 10. I will say, despite having 7 players to most of these pairs here at North Hill Bowl, the pace is moving right along. We're going to be about halfway done at approximately 3 o'clock. It's 3.5 hours after that, so we're looking at about 6:30 when we'll be finishing up. But like most tournaments, as you get towards the end of the day, things will slow down significantly, especially for those near the top of the standings. So we will see how things go. But again, we will be here for the duration, so grab a beverage and get comfortable. A lot of good bowling coming up. Looks like Taylor Wallstrom is at 946, which is a pretty good score up on the board. Again, all the little numbers you see above their total on the right side of every screen are scratch scores. And while there are some players here who have handicap, that is not included in that total. But as is the case with everyone on lane 12 anyways, all three of those bowlers I believe are bowling scratch, so those are their tournament totals. And we got a game 4 scoring update. And leading the way still is Clayton Reed with a 972. In second, Taylor Wallstrom here on our featured pair, 946. In third, Matt Smallin at 927. In fourth, Brad Peterson at 915. In fifth, Dawson Unrath at 906. In sixth, Darren Weiler at 902. Seventh, Jamie Craig at 880. In eighth, Lucas Hersrud at 878. In ninth, Tyler Renner at 874, tied with Jackson Selk at 874. In 11th, Alex Mock at 868. In 12th, Gerald Borho at 867. 13th is Andrew Reisler at 865. 14th, Mike Larson at 858. Wade Scott 15th at 856. And our last cash spot at the moment is a tie between Stephen Culver and Mike Green at 841. So 841 is the cutoff for the last cash spot through 4 games. Just looking through here, I know we had a question earlier about Max Beater. Let's see where he is. He is in 63rd at the moment at 749. That is our Game 4 scoring update. Good shot there by Peyton. Wrap 10 on 12. Question in the chat, where is Luke Peterson in the standings? Give me 1 second. See where Luke is. Luke Peterson is currently in 106th at 637. midway through game number 5 on 11 and 12 anyways. Taylor Wallstrom and Jamie Craig, Peyton Sumner just moving right along. Decent game by Robert Curry. Dave Roberts asking, where's Ron Morlock in the standings? Ron is in 60th at the moment at 752, so he's about 90 short of the cash line at the moment with 6 to go in the standings. Taylor Wallstrom up now on lane 11, throwing a summit. It's looking pretty good for him. Pulled it left. Runaway Brooklyn. That's good. Hope everyone is doing well on this fine Sunday afternoon. Just shy of the 3 o'clock hour. Hope your football team is doing what you need them to do. Or if you want a better draft pick, hopefully they're losing. And if you're not out bowling a tournament, hopefully next weekend you have a tournament in your future. Where's everyone bowling? Maybe you're bowling today and you're watching us while bowling a tournament. Let us know. A lot of good tournaments out there. I do believe the Storm Utah Open is taking place this weekend out in Salt Lake City. PBA Tour kicks off this week with the Players Championship down at North Rock in Wichita. Excited to see how the changes in the urethane rule affect the landscape of the PBA Tour. I know the folks over at NDBowlTV have all the action starting, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday, one of the two. Fun to check that out. And Jamie Craig up now in the 9th, working on a 4-bagger. Oh, 9-pin. Pretty good shot. And that wraps up the action on 13 and 14. A few good scores over there. Looks like we will get Mike Larson, Matt Small, and Jackson Selk moving on to our featured pair, 13 and 14. And coming from the left, we'll get Josh Craig, Blake Wallstrom, and Tristan Clymer. A nice game there by Robert Curry. One more strike will get him into the 240s. Peyton Sumner's 213 gets him to 48 over. Not bad at the moment. Looks like moving over to lanes 15 and 16 is tournament leader Clayton Reed. If he is still tournament leader, I'm not sure. He is hitting what I would consider the worst part of the house, 15, 16, 17, 18. At least for me, have historically not been very good. I've had some decent games there, but I've had some really poor games there. Robert Curry into the 240s. Well, now he looks like he gets a little bit of handicap too, so he'll be plus 60 some or so, and then add in the little bit of handicap that he gets. Should be in good shape. Looking to the left, looks like Derek Jackson has another decent game going, so he continues to climb out of the hole that he was in after the first 3 games. Taylor Wallstrom 248, Jamie Craig 220. Puts Taylor at 194 over. Probably a leader. He might have gone ahead of Clayton Reed. We will see. Jamie Craig just got to 100 over. He's sitting in pretty good shape. up game number 5. Derek Jackson finishing up on lane 10 with a 259. So great game for him. All right, our first look at Mike Larson, Matt Small, and Jackson Selk. From the other direction, Josh Craig, Blake Wallstrom, Tristan Clymer. We now have both pairs here with 6. And it looks like the groups of 7 are coming back around. They're currently on 17 and 18. Oh, I'm starting to see a few puzzled looks by players out here. As they get to certain lanes, the lanes are starting to break down in ways that they're not expecting. And I don't know if that's a result of a wide variety of styles and way people are playing these lanes, but things are starting to change here. I expect the scores to kind of level off or go down for a little bit before they go back up. So we'll see what happens here, but it appears like things are getting a little tougher out there for a few of the players. And it appears lane 11 still has some sort of issue clearing the deck with Deadwood. Sabrina, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Looks like Josh is bowling somewhat decent. He'll probably tell you he's not. He's 34 over, but doing all right. Seems like a lot of the equipment's getting a little lazy down lane. You're starting to see that puddle that starts in the middle, fairly early front part of the lane, starting to get tracked down lane. I think this is going to be the time where you want to take out a big ASIM pearl and just kind of twirl it across the middle so it stores that energy until it gets to down lane and then has enough to kick the corners out. But again, there's a reason I'm the one standing back here talking on a microphone behind the camera. These guys are all good at what they do. They know what they're doing. Looks like Blake's starting to kind of figure things out on the left side. Currently sitting at 85 under, so he's got a little work to do. It's gonna push. The absolute could look beautiful right now. I do agree. That is a good ball for the moment. Nice middle of the road hybrid ASIM. Perhaps with a little polish on it would look pretty nice across the middle. Do I have any fellow Steeler fans out there as we found our way into the playoffs somehow? By virtue of a Jacksonville loss. As Jesse Sickler just came by the booth and said, 10 board is gone. Well, I think that's about all we need to know as far as what the lanes are doing. Nikki and Travis, any idea what pair Lucas is on? Pulling WWE with volleyball and bowling. Let's see. I did see him walk across the set here, but I think... Let's check. Let's see if we can see where Lucas is. Saw him not that long ago, but... Lucas, I believe, is currently on 3 and 4. I see him down there talking to Dawson. I think he's on 3 and 4. And if he is on 3 and 4, we will see him on 11 and 12, game 10. Yeah, he's going up to bowl on 3 and 4 now, so he'll definitely be on our featured pair 11 and 12, game number 10. And he just threw a strike for a double, so started off game number 6 with a double, for what it's worth. Hope you, Travis, and the family are doing well. Probably see you at the tournaments coming up, at least some of them anyways. T. Wolf in the house. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. And those couple shots right there between Matt and Taylor on 13 and 14 are pretty indicative of what's going on out there right now. The transition has officially arrived. There's a big puddle in the middle on this dead man's curve pattern that I think is starting to go haywire a little bit, and All right, Mike Larson wrapping up game number 6 in the 230s. Jamie Craig needing a strike there, keeping 2-teen alive. 216 max after a couple single pin misses there for Jamie. I call that a good save. Blake Wallstrom, Jason McPherson, both with decent games going. .237 for Mike Larson gets him north of 100 over. So looking pretty good for him. Big 10th for Matt Smallin here for a chance to get to 208. Should also get him above the 100 over mark. Hooked up early for a 4-pin. Now he's only got the 180 max. All right, Jackson Self, 192, 224 with his handicap. Finishes out on 13 and 14. 11 and 12, just about to finish up their 9th frame. Jason Van Fersen with a decent game going there. Josh Craig still has 2:06 left. He could save this one. Doesn't seem to be able to strike on the right lane. See if he can figure it out for the 10th frame. .250 for Jason Van Fersen. That gets him to 60 under, so it's been a rough day for Jason so far, but that's a good game to get him going. Minus 60 with 4 to go. And the final ball here for Jesse Rivers, and that'll end game number 6. people move around here once again. I'd like to remind everyone we'll be live 3 weeks from today at the 21st Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowling, Minot, January 28th. We'll either be live at about 1:30 for the stepladder finals, or if I don't make the cut, maybe we'll have bonus coverage of match play starting earlier in the morning. But please like our Facebook page, because that's where I'll update when we will go live that day. You'll probably see an update on Saturday evening following the qualifying round. We will also post the qualifying scores. Again, today is the last day to save 24% on all orders in the NDBowling.com shop. Shop your favorite merchandise at NDBowling.com. Click on the merch tab. Hats, shirts, sweatshirts, all sorts of items. There's something for everyone. Save 24% through today. Do appreciate everyone who has made purchases already. Again, big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, I'm Darren Seen with NDBowling.com, and you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network, continuing coverage the 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Game number 7. First look at Clayton Reed, who was leading the tournament for most of the early afternoon so far. Currently sitting at 1354, which is 154 over. So I do believe at least Taylor Wallstrom is ahead of him. There could be a few others with their handicap scores. Yeah, looks like arriving from the left, Tatum Lee, Tom Morlock, and Ron Morlock. So we have first look at 12-year-old Tatum Lee. I know he turns 13 soon, but wasn't that long ago he shot 800 at league. Very good player for being only 12. I have been hearing some grumblings that the scoring towards the high end of the house has not been transferring the way it should. So the back office here is going to have to do it by hand. So not sure what kind of scoring updates we will be getting here going forward, but for whatever reason, the scoring was no longer working down on the high end of the house. That is out of our view, so not quite sure what's going on down there, but once we know, we will report. Well, midway through game number 7. Again, I'm not quite sure what we're going to get for scoring updates, as looking down towards the low end of the house, there's a pair that's got a screen completely different color than the rest of the house. If you look towards the high end of the house, there's also some screens that don't have the colors that we see here. So at some point, about 3 games, 3 games ago, there was a disconnect in the scoring system, which I believe happened on the high end of the house. I can see Stu Craig here walking around with a sheet to collect everyone's scores, since they are not getting processed through the computer system anymore. So hopefully we will have some sort of scoring update before we get to games 9 and 10, but we will see what happens there. I think that we've all said it before, these scoring systems are so good until they don't work. That's one of those things that seems to happen all too often, but if you're the staff here at North Hill Bowl, I guess it's one thing if it happens here, and hopefully figure out why it happened before the next event. That'll be here in 3 weeks. Matt Small on lane 12, front 5. Pretty good shot there for a 6-bagger. Taking a quick look at our subscriber count, we're at 2,095 subscribers, so thank you to everyone who has subscribed today. We are 5 away from that 2,100 mark. So if you haven't already, please consider hitting that subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already as well. It does help us quite a bit, so appreciative of everyone who's tuned in today. Shot there for Mike Larson. Sitting at 108 over going into game 7. Looking to the pair to the right, it appears as though that lane 15 and 16 has been giving people troubles. Taylor Wallstrom 96 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th. Looks like Blake's just struggling to find something that can get through the heads. As far left as the righties have migrated, it seems to have taken away any possibilities of head oil for those on the left side. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast for a pattern like this. Well, Matt's run ends at 6. game there for both Josh Craig and Blake Wallstrom. Tristan Clymer looking pretty good so far. Still has 260. 269 left. Looking over to our right, Peyton Sumner's 188, Jamie Craig 193. Taylor Wallstrom up now, can strike out for 194, so some rough scores going on over on 15 and 16. Nice game here for Tatum Lee. Entered this game at 19 over. Again, they're paying 22 today. 108 entries. Phenomenal turnout for this event that has been growing the last few years. Well, that one puts Tatum in the 230s. That'll get him north of 50 over. All right, and arriving for the next game, we will see Tristan Olson, James Lawson, Jeremiah Smith coming from the left. From the right, we will see Megan Emter, Madison Emter, Kairos Scott, and Michael Niebauer. So those players are rotating on to our featured pairs here for the next game. 222 for Mike Larson. Matt Smallin with a big 270 possible here. A couple more strikes. And 4-9. Well, 260 for Matt. Take him to 140 or some over. Put him in pretty good shape with 3 to go. Suppose we can move our graphics on to game number 8. Three games to go here at the 10-game marathon in Minot. 48th annual. This tournament usually kicks off the tournament season here in January in the North Dakota area. Next up is the Manitoba Open starting Friday in Winnipeg. For more information on that event, as well as many events coming up, head on over to NDBowling.com and click on the Upcoming Events tab for more information. And we are hoping to get a scoring update at some point here. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the scoring system has faulted at one point in the game, as I see some names coming towards us from the left that are A, B, C, D all the way across. So I do expect some sort of update here soon, as I did see Stu walking around taking everyone's scores by hand. And they will go enter those scores into the computer, and we'll likely have our Game 6 scoring update coming up soon. All right, we have a Game 6 scoring update. And this is how it looks. Leading the way through Game 6 again. Taylor Wallstrom, 1388. In second, Clayton Reed, 1354. Third, Tyler Renner at 1349. Fourth, Lucas Herzrud at 1335. Fifth, Dawson Unrath, 1333. Sixth, Dwayne Mock at 1310. In seventh, Robert Curry at 1308. Seventh, tied for seventh, is Mike Larson at 1308 as well. In ninth, Jamie Craig, 1305. 10th, Jaden Roller, 1301. 11th, Alex Mock, 1296. 12th, Mike Green, 1292. 13th, Andrew Reisler, 1286. 14th, Matt Smallin, 1281, and this was before the 260 he just shot in game number 7. In 15th, Jackson Selk, 1280. 16th, Justin Singer, 1277. 12th, Jared Welk, 1271. And 18th, Brad Peterson, 1263. 19th, Jeremiah Smith, 1261. 20th, Darren Weiler, 1260. 21st, Wade Scott, 1253. And currently the final cash spot at the moment is Peyton Beater at 1244. Right behind her is Tatum Lee in 23rd at 1243, who currently has the front 5 on lane 14. So that is your Game 6 scoring update. If there was somebody that you did not hear and you would like to know where they are sitting, please let me know, and I will find them on the standing sheet for you. Dave Roberts wants to know, where's RP? Randy Peterson is in 25th at 12:33, so just about 10, 15 pins behind the final cash spot at the moment. And I did talk to RP prior to starting, and we figured it out that he would finish his tournament on 9 and 10, so we will not see Randy Bowl on stream today, but he will finish to the pair to the left. All right, wrapping up the 10th frame here of Game 8. Ron Morlock with a nice game going. Still has 270 possible. Tatum Lee, as we mentioned earlier, was right on that cut line for the cash spot. Still has 225 left. All right, 223, Tatum Lee, 267, Ron Morlock, 223, James Lawson, 211, Aiden Portscheller. Looks like Jeremiah Smith will be in the 220s. That'll round out our game number 8. 2 to go. We're at North Hill Bowl in Minot at the 48th annual 10-game marathon. Again, I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com. Flying solo in the booth today. Yeah, we'd like to remind everyone that our next show will be in 3 weeks here at North Hill Bowl for the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Sunday, January 28th. That start time is fluid, as the step ladder finals will likely start anywhere between 1 and 1:30-ish. But if I myself do not make the cut, there may be an opportunity for us to have bonus coverage that morning of match play. So stay tuned to our Facebook page as we will post updates there, as well as the top 30 following qualifying on Saturday. Again, today is our last day for our New Year's sale. Save 24% on all items in our NDBowling.com shop. Go to NDBowling.com, click on the merch tab. Find a piece of merch that's right for you. Big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, you're watching NDBowlTV, continuing coverage of the 48th annual 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. So we'll now rotate into our 9th game. Our first look at Nick Solar, Ron Zutz, Connor Slater, and Gerald Borho. On the other side, Ali Salter, Camden Benton, and Alyssa Neubauer. All moving on to our featured pairs. Again, if you're just joining us, they had a little issue with the scores, so they are not automatically being transferred to the computer in the back. So I would imagine that we'll be getting a Game 8 scoring update following this game, and letting the staff here at North Hill Bowl kind of walk through and get everyone's scores and enter them into the computer. Mike Guthrie, thank you for making a purchase in the store. I do appreciate that. A portion of every sale does go on to support NDBowling.com. To our left, Matt Smallin with a 217, Mike Larson 215. Both players were up there in the standings going into that game. And for those of you wondering, if you do go to the merchandise store, you will see at the very top it'll say 24% off and then a Redeem Now button. As long as you click that button, it should be live within your browser, and then when you go to checkout, it'll apply the 24% off your entire order. Again, big shout out to everyone who has made a purchase on the store today. I do appreciate that. I've had nothing but good reviews from the products coming out of the store. So thank you again to everyone who has made a purchase. CA 237 out there for those Lucas Herzrud fans. As he is plugging right along. At the Game 6 scoring update, he was in fourth. Lucas will now move over to 9 and 10 for game number 9. So you will be able to see maybe a shot or two of his, just barely off the screen there. shots. Looks like the scores are starting to come back here. Scores are starting to come back here as we have front four from Lucas Herzrud to our left, as well as front four from Aiden Portscheller, and potentially a front four from Dawson Unrath here on lane 10. That it is. Got to appreciate the bowlers here on 11 and 12 wanting to say hi to someone, I guess. So if you're watching, hello. Also a front four from Clayton Reed over on 9 and 10. A lot of big scores going on over there. Cairo Scott going for the front five on lane 11. And four pin. All right, next shot you see over there on lane 9 will be a Lucas Herzrud attempt. Good for the front five. Now Aiden Portscheller up on lane 10 going for the front five as well. Looks pretty good. Next shot up on lane 9 will be a Dawson Unrath attempt at the front five. Gotta say, there's a lot of strikes going on 9 and 10 right now. And looking around the house, the strikes are all coming back. Looks like Ron Morlock has another big game going on 15 and 16. He's only got the 9th and 10th to go with 280 possible. Oh, it'd be really curious to see the after 8 scores. There's been a lot of movement these last couple games. Next shot here on lane 10 is a Lucas Herzrud front 5. He gets 6. Great shot there for him. Hayden Portscheller also has a front 6. Both Clayton Reed and Dawson Unrath have missed once. So they both still have 279 possible. Jeremiah Smith can't get the 7 out. Still got a decent game going here, and he's in pretty good shape so far. I believe 1697 is what he has up there. Oh, 9-pin. Slaps out the 9-pin for Aiden Portscheller. That's the front 7 over on lane 10. Next shot on lane 9 will be a Lucas Herzrud attempt for the front 7. Yeah, that's good. Can opener for the front 7 for Lucas. All right, unfortunately for Lucas Erzrud, the streak ends at 7, but Aiden Portscheller still has it going, front 8. Nice game going by Nick Solar. He's got 224 with his handicap, possible 234 with his handicap there. Next shot up on 10 will be Aiden Portscheller working on the front 8. There it is, front 9. Nice game by Tristan Olson, 207 scratch, 235 with the handicap. Well, with them finishing up on 13 and 14, who wants bonus coverage of 9 and 10? Let's see if Aiden Portscheller can finish off a 300. What do you guys say? All right, Clayton Reed is currently up on lane number 9, and then it'll be Aiden's turn. So you're going to cut the score so no one gets confused. This is a live look in now. Aiden Portscheller up on lane 9, working on the front 9. All right, here we go. Working on the front 9. Doesn't like it. Oh, good run for Aiden. On the spare, so he'll be in the 270s. Lucas Herzrud in the 250s, so a couple of good games by them, and Dawson Unrath still has a chance at 259 as well. So very, very good pair right there when you have 5 guys over 230. And back to our regular scheduled programming of 11 through 14. right, so that finishes out Clayton Reed 233, Aiden Portscheller 278, Dawson Unrath 237, Lucas Hersrud 258. Who was our last one on that pair? We got another 240 there as well. And finishing out on our featured pair. Looks like Alyssa Niebauer at a 178-207 with handicap. Again, the handicap is based out of 210, so with those handicap scores being 210, that means they hit their average. Well, actually, I think it's 80% of 210, so I would believe that you got to about 205, you hit your average. All right, as we roll into our 10th and final game. I would like to remind everyone that today is the final day to save 24% on everything in the NDBowling.com shop. Go to NDBowling.com, click on the merch tab, and find a product that's right for you. From my understanding, those orders that are put in today usually get shipped out within a week. So pretty quick turnaround for the company that handles these for us. And again, big thank you to everyone who has made purchases so far. Again, our next show is in 3 weeks back here at North Hill Bowl for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. And again, a big thank you to Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, bringing you live coverage of the 10-game marathon as we move in to our 10th and final game. What a great day it's been here at North Hill Bowl. 108 entries, $1,200 will go to the winner. Hopefully we can see a after 8 score here soon, but we will see. Again, this is the pair where the scoring kind of started to hiccup, which is why everyone is going by the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Of course, our first bowler on 12 was Jaden Roller. 12 now is Lucas Herzrud, followed by Dawson Unrath. And on the left, the top bowler is Nick Solar. And then it looks like Ron Zutz. I know Gerald Borho is the final bowler on 11. I do not know the bowler in the C position. Again, we are in our 10th and final game here, the 10-game marathon here in Minot. We have not had a scoring update since game 6. Mainly due to the little hiccup in the scoring. Well, we have a Game 8 scoring update. And this is, according to Stu, it may or may not be right because they had to write every score down. Our leader after Game 8 is Lucas Herzrud with an 1841. In second, Tyler Renner with a 1795. So a 450-pin lead or so by Lucas Herzrud. And that's before he shoots 258 in game number 9. So I would say Lucas is up and away at the moment. Dawson Unrath in third at 1774. Taylor Wallstrom in fourth at 1772. Matt Smallin in fifth at 1764. Mike Larson sixth at 1745. Jamie Craig seventh at 1724. Clayton Reed eighth at 1720. Jaden Roller 9th at 1716. Chris Kuhl is 10th at 1710. Tatum Lee 11th at 1708, tied with Alex Mock at 1708. In 13th, Brad Peterson 1706. 14th, Ron Morlock 1705. 15th, Rob Curry at 1702. 16th, Peyton Sumner 1701. 17th is Jeremiah Smith at 1697, Jesse Sickler in 18th at 1690, Mike Green in 19th at 1687, Jackson Selk 1679 and 20th, Dwayne Mock 21st, 1674, and the final cash spot at the moment, Cole Stroh, at 1656. Peyton Beater 1 pin back of that final cash spot at the moment. New leader, like I said, Lucas Herzrud going 242, 269, 237, and then just popped off 258 in game number 9. So a huge last 4 games for him. Again, if there was a particular bowler you did not hear, I would like to know where they are currently standing. Please let us know in the chat room, and I will do my best to let you know where they're at. Again, we're in the 10th and final game. There are some players that are already kind of packing up their stuff down on the high end, so I think they're getting done a little earlier than the bowlers in front of us, which would make sense as this is the group where the scoring issue started. Oh, what a kick 10 by Lucas Herzrud there. Kind of needed that one to right the ship here. Well, we're 8 minutes past the 6 o'clock hour here as we are down to our final 4 frames of the 10-game marathon. Where as it stands, I do believe Lucas Herzrud is currently the leader, and it's not by a very small margin either. He was leading by upwards of 45 pins before a 258 in game number 9. Now just trying to finish this thing out here. Again, that is unofficially, as we only know the scores through 8. Fortunate 9-pin there for Jaden. That would have been a good double for him. I'm looking down at lanes 1 and 2, and it looks like that pair is only in the 3rd frame, so we're going to have a little bit of time following this game to see what's going on. All right, frame 7 for Herzrud. We're looking for a double. A wrap 10, good shot. right, so we've got word that Mike Larson has the front 9 on 5 and 6. That will be someone to keep an eye on, as I do know his, after 8, he was in 6th. So we'll see what he finishes out at. I do not know what Mike bowled on game number 9, so we'll have to wait and see. Going into game 9, he was about 80 back of the lead, and Lucas shot 258, so we'll wait and see if Larson can finish it off on 5 and 6. That is out of our view. You can see everyone kind of walking around, looking at scores, doing the math in their head to try to figure out who's finishing where. I guess that's the one downfall of the scores, not working 100%, and hopefully Chad's okay there. It looked like he had a little issue there at the line on lane 13, but again, we are wrapping up the 10-game marathon here in Minot. Again, we'll be back in 3 weeks at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. January 28th, a Sunday. We will for sure go live at around 1 or 1:30 for the stepladder finals, but if I do not make the cut in that event, there is a chance we will provide bonus coverage of match play on Sunday morning. So please head on over to our Facebook page, hit the like button, and you will stay up to date on everything you need to know as to when we will go live that day. All right, Mike Larson stepping up on lane number 5 with the front 9. Let's see if he can finish it off down there. First shot looks pretty good, and the applause seems to agree. Front 10. Again, we'd turn our cameras over there, but they're between the poles here and a bunch of people in between us. I don't know if you'll be able to see much. 11th shot on the way. He shakes his head, but it looks good. That is front 11 for Mike Larson on lane 5. Nothing like finishing off a 10-game marathon with a potential 300. Larson making quick work of it now. Up for a perfect 300. Oh, and by the reaction, I think the 10 is still standing. So 299 for Mike Larson to finish out the 10-game marathon here today. Again, I am not sure what he finished at, but we will have to keep close tabs on his score, as well as not sure what Matt Smollin's doing down there, but he's only got 217 left. Lucas here has 210 left. He's got 2 frames to go. Again, if anyone is interested in bowling, the next 2 events that we have on our schedule the Manitoba Open starting Friday at Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg. Give Chateau Lanes a call and sign up. If you want to bowl the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl in Minot, call Jeff Craig or Rory Selk and get your name on the list. As I mentioned earlier in the day, they have 108 already signed up for that one. An exciting tournament with one of the strongest fields that we will see all season long. And again, there are many other tournaments on NDBowling.com. Just find the upcoming events page. Stay up to date on all things happening. Again, big thank you to everyone who tuned in today to keep me company. It was a great day to test out our new 3-camera system at the moment. Seems like everything worked well. Looks good. Everything sounded well according to everyone in the chat room. Down to our final frame here on 11 and 12. Now we'll see if Lucas can close it out. See a lot of players packing up their stuff and making a quick exit as it is 6:15. Now, once Lucas is done, we will try to get a word with him. Unofficially, I have him as a leader, but we are not sure what Larson ended up at or what happened on the high end of the house. But considering Lucas had a 50-pin lead going into Game 9 and shot 258, as long as he finishes this game out with something respectable, I got to imagine he's got this one taken care of. But again, unofficially, regardless, we will try to get a word with Lucas to see how his day went before we sign off for the night. With the way the scores are, I do not know if we will be live while we wait for the final scores, but if you tune in to the North Hill Bowl Facebook page, they will likely post the winner. And we can make a post as well. I did hear someone say Larson could be at 257 over. And after that last game, Lucas was 299 over. So again, just has to keep it on the lane pretty much. If that is the case, again, that's unofficially. Yeah, good shot there, and that, according to my math, that should lock it up for Lucas. And if he were to win this, that'll be a $1,200 payday. Lucas currently going to college at St. Ambrose. What I believe he's on his break from school, so reluctant as always, but I believe we do have a Lucas Herzard in the booth. All right, let's see. Lucas, can you hear me? Maybe? No? Now can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
All right. I believe you have enough to win.
I think so, yeah.
Based on my math, I don't think Larson could catch you, could he?
I said he was 257, so no.
And you're going to finish out, what, 90, 298?
298, yeah, that was the number.
So take us through your day. Like, games 6 through 9, your low game was 237. What made it work those games?
I don't know. I guess everything kind of clicked. The first couple were really bad. I was just, I guess, getting loose.
Sure.
And then once we moved into the house, they kind of played easier, I'd say. They played longer because I couldn't get my ball to stop on the high end.
Sure.
And then once you got down to the low end, it definitely got down the lane a little better, and you had some bounce to the right.
Yeah, and that's normally the characteristics here at North Hill since all the tournaments and all the leagues and everything happen down on kind of like 1 through 24, and then down there it's usually a lot of parties and whatnot. What was the equipment that you used today?
For most of the day, for the first 4, I think, I used the Tour Dynamics. And then I switched to the Phase 4 for a game. I think I had like 210 or 230. And then I grabbed the Trend, my dad's old Trend, that I drilled right when I came back from college. And that was my 260 game.
Very nice.
And then I liked the look of that Blackout, and then I had 252 or 199 or whatever.
Yeah, nice save here towards the end there. The start of that game was a little shaky, but looks like you got the job done. That's $1,200 for the top prize, and that's a still smart account since you're in college, correct?
No, that's cash.
Nice.
Yeah, you can take cash now.
Nice. So how's college been going for you? You're at St. Ambrose, correct?
Yeah, it's good so far. I haven't failed any classes yet, so the team's nice. Yeah, it's been a blast so far.
That's good, and I believe St. Ambrose, weren't they runner-up last year in the Nationals?
They were, yeah. Yeah, they were.
So a pretty strong team, so good luck going forward. Maybe you guys will get it this year.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
Nice bowling, and maybe we'll see you around.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Lucas Herzard, winner. Well, unofficially presumed winner of the 10-game marathon here in Minot. So congratulations to him. And it's nice to hear that he gets to take home the top prize of $1,200 instead of going straight into his Smart account, which, I mean, he would get it either way. But, yeah, that'll do it for us here at North Hill Bowl. Looks like, didn't even know, but you can hear the applause. But I believe Levi Rosenbaum had 300. I don't know what his scores are, but there you go. Just goes to show you don't hear everything when you're in the booth. A 300, I believe, by Levi Rosenbaum. I did see Lucas kind of walk down there, maybe to check to see what kind of scores he had. But if we hear anything in the next few minutes, we'll let you know. Now, let's see if we look at the game. Yeah, and on the Game 8 score sheet, Levi was not in the top 10, so I do not believe he can catch. Yeah, he was in 35th at 13 over, so I do not believe he is able to catch Lucas for the lead. So Lucas is, again, presumed our winner. But again, that is unofficial. If there is something different, a different winner, we will post that on our Facebook page. Once again, thank you to everyone who tuned in today. It was a great day of bowling here at North Hill Bowl. Again, our next show will be live here from North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks, January 28th, at the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, where we will crown a major champion. The defending champion there is Brady Stearns. Again, today is your last day to save 24% on our NDBowling.com shop. All orders will save 24% through the end of the day today. I do appreciate everyone who has made purchases today. And again, if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button, as we are approaching 2,100 subscribers here at NDBowlTV. Again, I'm Darren Sini saying good night from Minot. Live coverage at the 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. We'll see you back in 3 weeks, right back here in Minot. Good night.